Good morning. Good morning. Are we ready for this?
Wait.
I think Jack's ready. Good morning, Jerry. Good morning, Sicilian. Hi, guys. All right. I know. You know, I'm so glad. Yes. Come on in. Come on. Oh. So I'm really glad that I started it late. I mean, I really think that's best. Just so we can fast forward through the junk. But I went and checked on it. I purposely did not want to listen to any until, I wanted to listen to it with you guys. But when I went to check, I realized that there's all kinds of instructions, right? So that was a lot of already too. This little monkey man spent the night last night. I thought we might sleep in because we were up kind of late, but we got up really early. So Dobby's tired. Hey, Mama. Hey, sis. Yeah, so we're not all that far behind, really. Let me see. Yeah, I guess I can't totally tell yet, but exactly. Yep. Yeah, and I already went past. It was 21 minutes of jury instruction. So at least we're missing that too. Yep. Here, let me have that. So, one thing I forgot to, hey. Right. We really don't. We don't even, I know, right? We don't even need to do any of this. There you go, baby. So I think the one prosecutor is not there. The one they had borrowed last time for Lori's, she's not there. So can't think of her name, Lindsay something, I believe. But anyway, they borrowed another one. So, hold on. I don't want that Mookie on my bed. Here we go. There, I know. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'll be muting myself. Yes, it is, Mama. It is in Boise. Yep. So I'm surprised Frazzled's not here yet. But I think I'll just get this started. I've got it right where they're starting opening arguments. And then, like I said, I'll come and, I'll be right here, but I will, just fast forward to this stuff. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, she will. Wow, you are, don't come in here starting that stuff again. That was very ugly what you did last time, Rapper. I'm not having that in here. We're not doing that here. Good morning, try me, bitch. You know why? What you said the other day. I'm not having that on my chat. I'm not having that. That's nasty, and I'm not having it. I want no part of that kind of crap. You were very hurtful. You are. There was no reason for that kind of stuff whatsoever. Stop. Okay, I'm going to get this going. Hey, Maze. There's Frazzled. Hey. Yes, thank you for apologizing. That was very hurtful. We don't want that. Okay, I'll be right here, guys. Love you all. Here we go. You guys have no sound? What in the world? Why? I hear it in my earbuds. Um, what the heck? Okay, I don't know why. Okay, so if I mute myself, then you guys can't hear it. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just muting me. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I just do. Let me reshare it. That's weird. I always mute myself. Okay, let me start this again. Wow. Thought I was all ready to go. Son of a bee. I wonder if it's because I'm... Oh. Okay, I had it muted because I was on panel with my phone and I thought I muted my phone, but I muted this. Nice going, Jackie.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
Okay, so I got it backed up all the way. Sorry. I like him too, Jerry, I do.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached. All right.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself again. Make sure you can still hear me, or you can still hear Rob Wood.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for that HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019.
You guys here still? You're welcome,
Next month,
Frazzle. Good morning,
his
Frazzle.
wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just.
Sorry, Mr. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I think I got it working now.
Okay,
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
yeah, look, I think your mic's off. Yeah,
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
you might have a bad battery. You want to confirm the screen as well?
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. Transfer. I don't know if there's any more personnel with that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that not working?
Check.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care and needs. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 26, 2018. That was a day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next through the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had put together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to Earth to perform a special mission. And part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles, and those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who oppose them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of right-wing labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and who were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes called casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, could these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present. And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulana Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's fall guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's 3rd husband. According to this defendant, JJ Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also planned. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance, and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die of early death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's social security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, reality soon shattered their bliss. Two things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tyler's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigating Brandon's shooting contacted law enforcement in Fremont County, Idaho, to look for Alex Cox and for Tyler's Jeep. And you'll hear that Jeep was later found in Rexford, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexford, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tyler's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tyler and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message that this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife, Tammy, on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tyler Bryant's last known appearance. You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message, but this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he'd had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property where he burned some wood debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tyler's burnt remains were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this will be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of dates. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place. October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George, Utah. July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, was shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tyler and JJ moved to Rexford, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tyler's last known sighting was September 8th, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9th, 2019. JJ's last known sight you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2019. 17 days later, Chad and Lori married in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be kind of different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ drew to a case of murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elena. You'll hear about the James and Elena story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream, their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrative investigator who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Lori Daybell. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back. Another text he sent. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of JJ Vallow. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of JJ Vallow. And insurance fraud. Two dead children buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife dead in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries Lori Vallow. Members of the jury, days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tyler. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would you prefer we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? I have a
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and take that now. And then once that's concluded, Mr. Pryor can give us a statement to the defense.
All rise.
I love that idea, Jerry. What the heck is going on now? But guess what? We get to do. We get to fast forward. Right? That's kind of, I was like, wow, are we like still in the break? Jeez. Jack and I are great. We got up super early. Yeah. What's going on now? Oh, come on. Come on. You know, I'm going to say I didn't love that opening. I think he was nervous. I like him. I think, it's okay, but it is. But I didn't love that. But see, we didn't get to watch hers, right? That's the thing.
All rise.
Yeah, we'll help you. What is going on now?
I want to talk to you a little bit today, and at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction. We talked to you a little bit about you take into consideration the facts of this case and not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence in this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what's called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they returned from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended by his faith standards romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brains behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books. And he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs, faith that he practiced. You know, when he went on his mission, when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith, he started writing books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil, and what it means to be good, and what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his Savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction. In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers. And he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up. And she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them. A month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony we'll offer will show he had a speeding ticket in 2005. But Lori Vallow was a different story. Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived. She then married husband number 2 a few years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication that there were some problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the concern seems to be, the theme seems to be that Lori's brother Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Ryan. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Ryan of abusing their child, Tylee. Yes, the same Tylee. And during one of the visits of 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007, Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex Cox, after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him. Was eventually charged with aggravated assault, was eventually put in jail, and had this on his record. And there was representation, the facts would suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But Alex Cox would run without even question and do whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this. Yes, Chad Daybell at that point, coming in January and February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow. And yes, folks, it turned into an inappropriate relationship. 2019 forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions. He was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship. But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there. Tylee Ryan was there. JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, finished him off. Now, you're going to hear testimony that in some way Chad Daybell was implicated in that, and you're going to hear further testimony that he was not. You're going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there was no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred, and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes in the picture, Miss Texas. You'll hear testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship, and an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, issues started happening, but eventually, yes, there was a murder, and there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5 acre farm in Fremont County, Idaho. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay? Again, out in the pasture of the field and not the backyard. You'll hear testimony about that. You're going to hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampikian. And Dr. Hampikian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampikian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampikian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampikian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that's found on the scene. Dr. Hampikian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in, was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampikian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox, and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampikian is going to talk about several, and I mean several other hairs that were found on the plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she can come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that. And then a short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried, after she was laid to rest, and then continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and continued to examine it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is, based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves, 4 of the 5 children, I think, three or four of the 5 children. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various medicinal treatments that she would use, oils that she would put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take, and that her mother was suffering from, a number of maladies, and that she would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated. And Dr. Raven's going to enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell. You're then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're going to hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property a half a dozen other, 5 or 6 other times. You're going to hear testimony that Alex Cox was there on the 23rd. And you're going to hear where Alex Cox was in a number of other times and places in his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And finally, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, and his name's Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down in the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the instructions from the court on how you're to proceed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense. And then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, and at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return a verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the opening statement of the defense. Then this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to call. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with your clerk earlier. We thought we were going to have a brief sidebar.
Okay, let's discuss our schedule and put there in sidebar. Sure.
Okay, well, now we're going to sidebar already before we even get started. Right? Is that what we're doing? Okay, I can fast forward through this, but I just want everybody to know how real my ADD is. I'm telling you. If you could see all the meals I have going on over here for myself, and I'm not going to eat any of it, I bet you. Wow, I irritate myself. Can you believe that? Got all this food going on, and then I'm like, I forgot that I got sushi last night and I didn't eat it. Jeez, Jackie. So, yeah, that's why I'm chatting a little slow, too, because I'm sitting here trying to crack some crab, and I've got eggs making because I really want a chef salad. Yeah. My head is so far up my butt, I can't even tell you. Lord, Lord, Lord.
Please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and do sworn.
Oh, wait, who is it? Who is it?
All right.
I missed who this is.
Sir, can you post quickly? When you're facing Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I am a mess. And I try to eat crab once a week. But it lasts me a long time, so. I know, I have all this food over here. This is dumb. I just want to bite one bite.
Sir, as you testify, just remember to make a audible response to anything in questions, so that the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. Got in mind that, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire in that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start over and just talk right into the mic, please.
Detective, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
No,
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Detective, have you been involved in the case regarding Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
You know what Chad Daybell looks like?
I do.
Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table for sure. In a low screen time.
Thank you. Detective, let's talk about how did you initially become involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
On November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us,
Detective, I'm gonna stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg,
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
When you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no other calls coming in, we would park in front of the residents, behind the residents, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for that surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we, for the record, have this officer established?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So,
Right, and did you, when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th, 2019?
That's correct.
And your primary job was to look for a Jeep, is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that the witness be handed what's been marked, the State's Exhibit 90. Very well, the court has a courtesy copy and counsel as well.
Mr. Wood, to be clear, it sounded like you said 90, this is 9A.
I believe it's 90. Double check.
I just see the exhibit, so I can confirm my words. It's okay.
You're correct, Honor, 9A,
Thank you.
and that would be exhibits 9A through 90. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 9A through 9B?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
That is the Jeep that I had seized, parked in the parking lot just outside of 565.
And were these pictures taken at the location of 565 Pioneer?
No, these photographs are taken at our in-town lot at the police department.
Did you take these pictures?
I did not.
But do you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of the Jeep you seized from 565 Pioneer Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the State's Exhibits 9A through D be entered into evidence.
The objection from the defense.
Judge, I'd like to move on to your immediate action on this foundation.
All right, you can board there or ask foundational questions, Mr. Pryor.
Officer Hermosillo, thank you. You mentioned that you were doing surveillance on the Jeep, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to get close to the Jeep during that surveillance?
We hadn't located the Jeep during that surveillance. I located the Jeep on November 4th, 2019, and that's when I had it impounded.
Okay, and at the time of being impounded, did you have the occasion to go through the Jeep and observe the Jeep energy? Or were you relying just on the photographs taken in the Jeep? Do you understand my question?
No, sir. You
I'll
repeat it.
rephrase that. Did you have a personal occasion to go through the inside of that Jeep and observe the contents within the Jeep?
Your Honor, I think that goes beyond the scope of this specific exhibit.
I guess the issue, Mr. Wood, is he indicated he did not take these photographs, and some of the exhibits also contain photographs of the interior of the Jeep, so it's proper, more dire negative objection.
Thank you.
May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to establish is I don't want you to be able to testify that, someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are accurate photos. I'm trying to find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you this is what we found? So that's what I'd like you to clarify for me, if you would, sir.
Sure. I impounded the Jeep. I was standing next to the officer taking the photographs, and I also went through the Jeep personally.
Okay, I withdraw the objection. Thank you, officer.
All right, exhibits, 9A through D are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish to the jury?
You may want to have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Like the reporter.
What now, folk? What now? Hey, Legs. Okay, let me get past this. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Detective, is this what you saw in State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep belonged to?
I did.
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes,
That's all I'm going to publish from now. All right, thank you. Detective, while you were doing your surveillance, you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children with her?
no, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
That's good. Were you, at that time, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency, they did not ask you to look for those children at that time?
that's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant with the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console, has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation, but I'm going to object.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor. Go ahead, please. So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona?
Correct.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police?
Judge, objection, hearsay.
Coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Judge, could we approach?
No, give me a moment to make a ruling on that. I'll instruct the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener, if you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that
I love that.
JJ
Oh my God.
Bellow's grandma.
Oh my God, you guys. Did you not love that? Your Honor, may we approach? No. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, I love this. Love it. Love it.
Was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm going to object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also stand as.
Easy. Look at again with this. I know. Don't you love that
Based
so
on your
much?
conversation.
No,
with
don't
Gilbert
come up here.
Police,
Do not.
What was the next step you took in your investigation?
Oh, Lordy.
We were requested to do a welfare check on JJ Bellow from the Gilbert Police Department.
They're going to find out they were
Detective,
missing.
did you
Found
ever
buried
met
in your
JJ
in this
Bellow?
fucker's yard. So stop it. It's going to come up.
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
We were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. Sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Laura Bell.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm going to stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 has been offered without objection. The court will admit State's Exhibit 1.
And Your Honor, with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
Further stipulate to State's Exhibit 2, stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
Very well. Then, presuming they're being offered, State's Exhibits 2 and 3 are also admitted. And Mr. Wood, if they're going to be published, again, the same issue we discussed before today's.
That's all I'm going to do about. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is related, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Keenan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2.
Yeah.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes.
Who is it for?
Canaan Todd Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That is it.
The entire paragraph.
Yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge and decreed that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows. Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
Okay. May I call the State's Exhibit 3 now?
Yes.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is it a birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looks like?
Yes.
Have you seen pictures of him?
Yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, I asked that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is handed the State's Exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given.
Where did you get those photographs?
We received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
Photograph of J.J. Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
The objection.
Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that I want to iron on. So, no, so what's the source of that picture? Where did
Lori's iCloud, Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
Judge, can we approach just briefly on this issue?
This guy's really trying to mess with my little buffet of food I have going on here.
Based on a sidebar with counsel, I understand the defense does not have an objection at this point to exhibit 4 being submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 4 then is completed.
Hey, Todd.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yeah.
I'm trying to eat, people. Guess what? I've added a donut.
Who is that?
It's in my hand right now. Ah.
That's JJ Vallow.
Oh, look at JJ. Oh.
Detective, you were talking about receiving a request to do a welfare check, correct?
That's correct.
When did you receive that request?
On November 25th, 2019, in late evening hours, I received a call from Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department, and he requested that
Judge, I'm going to object.
Stop. You've got to
The
be
request
joking.
is a hearsay.
At this point, I don't hear an objection on hearsay, so you see.
I repeat the question.
What did you do in response to that request?
On November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Pillar.
Okay, I got donut now too.
He requested that I do a welfare check.
I haven't taken a bite yet.
on JJ Vallow.
Got it for Jack. I didn't want it. That's the
Because
truth.
he wasn't able to get a hold of JJ or
This is Sandy's hearsay.
I'm so sorry.
Did you do a welfare check for JJ Bell?
we did.
What date did you do that?
November 26th, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Daybell went to Lori Bellow's residence where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes,
How would you learn about him?
through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was.
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell. The defendant Daybell then looked back at Alex, and initially, neither one of them answered my question.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going to be getting into some.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said to Alex Cox.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
Overruled, and it is, permissible, so objection overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay because she was the one who called in the welfare check.
And what was the response to that?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Bell.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
Were you aware at that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant Daybell and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we can make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors. See if we can get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally didn't.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original apartment.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Bell.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
Did that response cause any concern for you?
It did.
Why?
Through our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell or Alex Cox, we knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his family? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, excuse me, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Bellow's telephone number so I could get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant Daybell for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
No, I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There's one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned body cam, a detective is not assigned.
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant, Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who is Alex Cox. I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my location.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which is Lori Bellow's apartment, and started knocking on her door. We didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Ball.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Bellow's niece, Melanie Boudreaux, it was Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Boudreaux at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department or the prosecutor's office to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Vallow, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
And are you aware of any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do?
After,
After Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
we were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object if this is not about some foundation.
Sustain that.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them.
Correct.
Based on what she said to them, what did you do next in your investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb,
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibb's residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Ball and let him know. And we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreaux, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we wrote down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets. Zero clothes. Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No,
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Resperdone. And there were miscellaneous photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Correct. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Resperdone and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melody Boudreaux's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. But we also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash that were found in the closet. And the only reason we seized those were for safekeeping, because we had kicked the door in there as well, and it wasn't able to lock, so we took that.
Did you locate any weapons in any of those apartments?
So in apartment 175, when we were searching the garage area, we located several different style weapons, handguns, rifles, various calibers, army knives, a lot of different weapons that were inside the garage.
And why did you seize those?
Again, for safekeeping, that apartment didn't lock. And so we took those so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 174?
No,
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 107? No. Did you search any other building that day?
we did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52, and it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Kobe Ryan. There were pictures of Lori Vallow. But other than that, there was nothing else really in the store.
When you performed these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No,
So to your knowledge, she hadn't been reported missing.
that's correct.
Your Honor, if I could have a brief step by.
Yes.
Mr. Wood, I understand this would be a good breaking point in his testimony for the lunch hours, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Before we do that, again, I will just advise the jurors, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the break. In addition, for those in the courtroom, we will be closing the courtroom, I believe, during the lunch break. So things you have in here will need to go with you. We'll reopen upon the conclusion of the lunch break, and we'll still be under the court's governing order for courtroom conduct when we return. So thank you everyone for complying with that. With that in mind, we'll go and take our lunch recess now.
All rise.
Okay, so what do we think about all this crap? Let me see. We can't even fast forward enough through that. Wow. See, they're being losers. I'm still working on it, Queen. I was just started putting my salad together. Hmm. Isn't that fun? How come I can't see stuff? Yeah, right, Frazzle? I know. I think the judge really has had enough of them trying to delay this crap. Because they have. Isn't that that is my favorite salad. And you know what is so bad? When I have radishes, I will eat the shit out of them. And they really upset my stomach. But I love them so much. So I cut up a bunch of radishes the other day, and then I cut like 4 up just for me to eat. Just for snack. Been waiting for. But chef salad is my favorite. Yeah, Jack? Yeah, like a huge, a big Elaine Bennis, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds so good, Mama. It is my favorite too. Yes, egg and yep. I've been making a bunch of food for my son, so it's been very yummy for me. Oh, the crazy boy. Yeah, I think that he's going to get tired of this business with. Hello, Mirandy. I love that today in your chat about the foster kids. That is always so good to hear. I know my aunt fostered kids when I was little, and they just were our cousins. We didn't think. And yeah, they became like her own kids for sure. We have huge there were 10 kids in my mom's family, and they all have a bunch of kids. When we had a whole huge family picture and stuff, they're all in it. I never thought of them as not being family. I have to have olives and eggs on mine. If they have beets, I have to have it. Those are not interesting. I know, isn't that funny the way? Oh my God, I love beets. Yes. Okay, stop it. You guys know him. Yeah, I recently, for the first time, I made when I made prime rib recently, I made roasted beets. Oh my gosh, they're so good. I love them pickled though too. You do not like beets? Oh my God, I love them. Hi. Jack and I were already out and we got a new hey, stop it, you guys. Stop, please. Chihuahuas. Good. Listen, hey, come on, stop. No, here, don't tease. Jack's teasing them. Oh my God, right? Me too. I could just eat a jar of them. Yes, me too. Yesterday, Jack and I got a fire hydrant sprinkler. It is so fun. We were out there this morning. No. Hey. Thank you. So what else is going on? Yeah, I like some dill pickle. Oh my gosh, you guys, when I made that Flavor's chicken on a stick thing last week. Okay, stop. Oh my God. Listen, chihuahuas. Stop, Libby. That's enough. Oh my God. Yeah, me too. Me too, DC. Yes, I really love pickled okra. I love okra every single way. When I was a kid, I would just pick it and run it under the hose and eat it. Yes, it. You know what I learned though? Okay, so the it's best to do all of it because the the potato didn't get done as quickly as the chicken. So the second one I had made, I ended up just taking it all off of the skewer and putting it in. But it was really good. It was. The pickle, all of it. Oh, man. Yeah, Mr. Snotty loved it. Yeah, the potato has to cook a little bit longer. But, yeah, the whole mixture is really good. Yeah, I watched one of her replays and I was like, I need to have that. Jerry, do you like my hashtags? Oh my gosh. So I think, Pryor's just going to keep doing that, which, I mean, can you believe that we had to go through his birth certificate for them to be able to ask that question? Shut the P up. I mean, my God. Oh, it was good. You know what, Gabi? It's so funny because the weather got so dark and got a little scary, like we would end up being stuck, but not at all. It ended up being super nice out. Like when I went around the property that day, the sky was beautiful and blue. Oh, they would, Queen. They would. Oh my God, so good. I mean, you figure you love all those things, right? I've never had potatoes that were stop it, that were dipped in a batter. I've never even thought about doing that. I mean, we've all had fried pickles and all that stuff, but that was a whole game changer. Yeah. Yeah, the drive home was quite nice. Oh, you guys won't believe this. So I've said it many times that I didn't think we needed to stop in every single town. But Mr. Snotty never has heard me. This, on our way home, we did not stop everywhere. And I had just woke up from a nap when we got to the spot where we take the dogs out. And so, of course, he was waking me up to take him out. And I was like, I'm not. They're fine. I'm not doing it. Go through this whole menagerie of getting all the leashes on, all this crap. So I'm done doing that. So I didn't do it. Everybody was fine. It's done nothing but rain here. So really, frazzled. I'm sorry. That's gloomy and yucky. I'm sorry. Yay! Yay! Yeah, I'm so excited that he listened when we all talked about it. Yep. No reason for us to be stopping every 10 minutes. Good grief. It's warming up here in the area. Is it, Gabi? Nice. Yeah, I hope it does. It is depressing, Frazzle. I know. That's how I feel. Some people really love rain. I know that, I like it here and there, but I could never live in Washington or any of that. I could never handle that. That's way too depressing for me. And I can't stand everything to be muddy and a mess. Hey, I know. Can you hear him? We got a new truck yesterday too, and it's actually really fun. I was thinking that I had to pull back and then it would take off, but you just push it and it goes really good, even over the rocks outside. It's actually really fun. He's already taken off 2 outfits today. So I'm just leaving it that way because you love it. It does. I think it does. I don't like it to be dark outside and stuff. Yeah. Like I said, that one time I went to Portland for 4 days. I never saw the sun. And I was like, I got to get the hell out of here before I lose my mind. I was miserable. Oh, right. That's a good idea, Frazzled. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Because, yeah, that could be, you have to be very careful and not let, oh, look at that. See? Let me see that truck. Yeah, I know. Actually, I know, right? This little maniac, he is already totally soaked me. And it wasn't even the sprinkler. Watch, Jack, watch. Watch this truck, guys. Look at, check out this truck. Let's see. Watch. Watch. It goes good. Watch. Let me do it. Can I do it, please? Please, can I do it for a second? Watch. Watch. It'll. Is that fun? I love it. I love that. Yay! See? Yeah, I'm not going to make him put anything on because we're going to go back out in the sprinkler again. Wait, you're going to fall. Hold on, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's good too, Jerry, because I still need to, we need to talk about my blank. Oh, that sun though. Yikes. Oh. Hey, Becca. Oh, oh, I'm so glad. That's good. I'm so glad. Yeah, that'll be really nice to get off and enjoy it. Yeah, it's beautiful here right now. I have the AC on in case it gets hot, but it hasn't been coming on. I've still kept the doors open and stuff. It hasn't been coming on because it's been warm enough. Yeah. Yeah, I have, I got to get these dressers out of here. As soon as I get them out of here, I'll be very happy. Now that Mr. Snotty has his closet all done, we're going to get my closet in the other room done, and then no dressers out here because I don't like them. I don't want any of that. And I did something super, super cool. I put our bed on risers, so we have a lot of storage underneath there. Because we keep, every time his company does like a conference, all of the booth stuff is here at our house. It's a lot. So it's all under my bed now. Ooh, cutting cabbage. I love cabbage too. Oh my God, but it does. That shit hurts my stomach so bad, but I love it. I love cabbage soup. Oh, you know what? My aunt sent me a picture. She went and got me 10 more tubes of the eczema cream today. I'm going to have that stuff everywhere. It does. I know. I know, frazzled. I hate that. I love raw cabbage and cooked cabbage. You're going to love it. Wait, what is that? Libby. Come here, Libby. What are you doing, Libby? Being a weirdo. You guys see that video of Libby has like 3,000 views? Oh my God. Hi, Libby. She's sad her daddy's out of town. Yes, he will be home today. Right? That was really nice. I know. Silly dogs. Silly dogs. It works so good. I can't believe it. No, hey. Can you please not, baby? Old lady day. Hold on, he's got my neck. My neck. I tried to get my room proofed a little bit for him, but that didn't pan out so well. No, Jack, please. No. Look here. Look at, you can have this one. Jack, you can have this one. It's broke anyway. I didn't realize that. You can have this one. When look at you. You little maniac. Oh my gosh. When my angel was little, he would always say, I love your NECA, Dobby. Oh, wow. And dressing 25. I don't know what that means. I don't understand. Yay. Yay. Yay, Chad Daybell's going to get the DP. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, no, that is really, oh my gosh. That's really good legs. Holy moly. Oh, let me see. What if we've started my crazy self here? No. That is a total deal. And is that for everybody? You say old lady day. I don't know what that, I mean, do only certain people, and do men not get it? I don't understand. Wow. I don't know if we have, I'm 55. I want 25-cent dressing. No barking, no barking. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Really, Queen? What is that? I didn't know that. They're closing all our Dollar General store. Really? I have forever thought there's something weird going on with Dollar General because there is one in every single town. Seriously. Like when we stop, where we stopped for the dogs to go potty, this town literally is only like there's one intersection. It's not even a light. It's a stop sign. And there is there is a gas station on one corner. Another corner has a truck stop, and the other corner is a Dollar General. And that's it. I've been ripping people off. What do you Oh my God, that's funny, Legs. As a Friday, what? Oh, the 99-cent. Yeah. Oh, right. Jack, you want to stay the night with your great auntie? Hmm? Yeah. I remember about the 99-cent store. Yeah. I was good. I don't like those anyway. Yeah. He said yes, he does. They do have one price in the ad and one on the. Oh, really? I never knew that. I never noticed that. I had no idea, Legs. When we go into town, of course, there's a Dollar General in the little town near our property, and we always go there because there's really no place else to go. Huh. Wow. Yeah. That's funny. Yes, Frazzled, it is. It is. Yes, I'm so glad because, his poor family. That was so sad. I hate that one. I hate that. Oh my God, yeah. Queen and I went to Dollar General in Williams when we went to go look for that nut job lady. What did I spent $300 in there, huh, Queen? You know what though? I got some pants there that I freaking love. Isn't that wild? I know. Oh my God, that was funny. It's so much of the little odds and ends shit stuff that is hilarious. Hmm. Yeah. We think that he's saying that SHIT. No, I'm so glad that they found Dylan Rounds. I'm so glad. And you know, it makes me so mad because what a good kid he was, right? My God. Doing so much for his age. I mean, wow. No. Don't touch that. Don't do that, Mr. Man. I will get your piggy toes. I will get your piggy toes. You need to make some calls. Yes, it was good to see you. I'm glad you're feeling better, Gobby. Please never, ever apologize for that. We love you very much. I would be upset if you didn't tell us. And that's what we're here for. I know, Queen. Absolutely. Whoa, that was loud. Yeah, he was such a, I mean, it just really is sad. Like, that kind of stuff is so hard for me to understand. Yeah, you're right, Fowles. I know. I know that it was ridiculous. Hold on 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Oh my gosh, Frazzle, that's crazy. Right. What a work ethic. And, you know, I know that has just made me sick. I know. Yes. Yes. Exactly, Frazzle. He did. He did. And he didn't just have dreams, he was doing it. Yep. Yeah. They are on stop. They're on lunch break. And we started 2 hours after them so that we could speed through a lot of this. But we actually had to speed through because of all the jury instructions. So that didn't work out so well today. We should be able to just fast forward through this. And then Pryor keeps wanting to go up and talk to the judge, which is irritating. Okay, yeah. Sounds good, sister. I love to see young folks who want to make a difference. Yes. Yep, Legs, you're absolutely right. I don't know what oh gosh, Jerry, are you here? Guess what we did yesterday? Just for a minute, we had to go ahead and we needed to have a little bit of a laugh yesterday. So some people had not seen PCT dancing. So we had to watch a little bit of that. And then Jamie Lee was here and was really wanting to, she really wanted to watch Countess Tara do her eyeliner. So we watched just a minute of that. Oh, Lordy. Oh, my gosh. That's so funny. I need to see if Styx is still just sleeping on his lives. Yeah, Gypsy Rose needs to stop. You know what? People keep saying that the FBI is at the Proudfoot house, but people just make shit up. I don't get it. Why? Why do that? I can never find this guy's thing. I don't know why. I know, Jerry, she won't. Yeah, he did. Oh, looky here. Looky.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Looks like we're back. We should have a new witness on the stand.
Mr. Wood, before we proceed, is the statement be ready? Before it's in the jurisdiction, is there anything to do about?
Yes, if you would have a sidebar about the issue, the evidence issues, not that.
Yeah, then he said that the TBI told him not to. We all know that's bullshit. And you know what? He had already put in a Facebook post that he had taken a polygraph. And he had already told somebody that before he even talked to Nancy, somebody asked him if they had taken and passed polygraphs, and he said yes. So he's done nothing but lie about that shit. Why are you lying about it? But the thing is, I keep hearing that FBI is there, but then they're not. People should stop saying that crap. That's so irritating. Exactly right. Exactly. Right. Whatever. You know, I didn't return a library book in 5th grade. Let's get it out. Let's get it all out. Who cares? I don't give a shit if I end up locked up for the rest of my life. Whatever the hell. Exactly right. I can't I just cannot stand the way that they don't like that kid. It's very fucking clear they don't. And it's just rude. It's people, they piss me off. I can't stand, you know, that kid had to feel uncomfortable all the time. You know he did. The way he talks about him, there's nothing positive that they say about him. Nothing. Everything. He had accidents and he was in people's personal space and he lied and he, you know, I mean, did he do anything good? Because I'm not getting that idea from them. Right? And then they said he would steal food. Stop it with stealing food from that house. You're silly.
All right, we're on the record now. This is CR 22211623, State versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jurors are not present at this time. At a sidebar with counsel. Previously, a few of the exhibits that were offered and admitted had some reference material on them, base numbers, etc., from the case that the court raised a concern. And I believe, Mr. Wood, what you've done is figured out a way to remove those references from the exhibits, and the court would know those references were not published to the jurors, and they won't be, so the court will permit those references to be removed from the exhibits before they are published or provided to the jurors. Is that how we're going to handle that, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pryor, any objection from the defense to proceeding in that manner with those few exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure then that the original court exhibits to the jurors will have that information removed before the jurors are either published the information or receive copies of it. And with that, then I believe there are no other issues to take up before the jurors are brought in. Is the defense ready to proceed as well, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we'll continue with testimony of this witness, and Mr. Wood, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought in.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought we were done with that witness, but I noticed I didn't remember any cross-examination, so I guess they need that still.
All rise.
Oh, you know what? He talked about the body cam. I wonder, see, we get to see the screen here. Oh, I want to see the body cam. Come on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. That's right, just before they went to lunch.
All the jury is present and counsel.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Woohoo.
Concluded the lunch break. At this time, we're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire.
I don't think I've seen any body cam.
Thank you.
Oh, we
Your Honor.
did, you guys. That we saw the one
Detective,
in Hawaii.
before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
But I believe it was apartment 175.
And whose residence was that?
Lord Dallas.
Cal, shut up.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
I just want to say, look at that marshmallow man grossness. Oh, can't stand that man.
The witness is handed State's Exhibits 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
Yes, sir.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
They are photographs that were taken of Lord Dallas residence in the morning of November 27th.
And were you present You testified earlier you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's right.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I didn't.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state, the room for admission, states exhibits 7A through 10.
Any objection from the defense?
What year and date of the church?
Yes, and use your microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
May I, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay, who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures, sir.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took it or who?
Judge, any mistake in the testimony?
No, I'll allow it. You can continue for that.
I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on
That's not what my question was. The question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken.
I wasn't there when they were taking them.
You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't know a photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people that were part of that search warrant. I can't tell you exactly who took the photographs.
Well, that's what my concern is.
Mr. Pryor, and we're getting speaking objections now. If there's a continuing objection, state the grounds.
Well, there were a number of people that were in and out of that apartment, is that right?
In and out of that apartment? No, sir. In that apartment, yes.
How many people were in the apartment at the same time?
Roughly 10.
And you would know all of the names of the people that were in the apartment, right?
Correct.
Yet you don't know the name of the photographer who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Your Honor, I'm going to lay some more foundation.
All right, you can lay additional foundation, and I'll also note it is a group of photographs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7K, and Mr. Wood, you can seek additional foundation related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day,
That's correct.
and you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, state moves again for the admission.
Objection again, Judge. There isn't a proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, in the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to photographs finding the officer has personal observation of the location. The one exception that I'll consider a standing objection on is on 7G, which is different, I would say, than just showing the apartment. Not saying it's not admitted, but still under advisement. any additional objection on the foundation. So photographs, with the exception of 7G, are admitted, and you can inquire further, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Detective, can you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 7A?
That's the front door of apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched while you were for JJ?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still cups, things on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of the glass door. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, thing, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point, so.
Observed in State's Exhibit 7D.
So when I testified about the crawl space under the stairs, and the 72-hour kits, those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the Star Wars suitcase that we had located.
When you, Your Honor, is the court have a pointer?
I don't know, what stuff the bailiff from the newly developed, so.
Can you point to what you're referring to? Describe the 72-hour kit.
So these black bags,
Mr. Wood,
Okay, go ahead.
these black bags with the 72-hour kits, there's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and then that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and the front door is right here.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the master bedroom. So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is a bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangars. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm gonna object as unresponsive. There isn't a question here, that's a narrative.
It's the same. Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
Because when we made contact with Lori Rallo the day before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment living. The very next morning, when we served the warrant, this is what we found, empty hangars.
And Detective, why would empty hangars be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else and took off.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right hand side. This is the bedroom we found Alex Cox, some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find there?
There was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on them, things like that.
Detective, what did you observe in States Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything was normal in that room as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 7G again for further foundation. Very well. That's if you recognize States Exhibit 7G.
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
A rental agreement with the tenant of Lori Ryan.
And you testified earlier about finding a rental agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the rental agreement that you were speaking about?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located in the residence?
In the master bedroom on a desk in the corner.
And you saw it there?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the rental agreement you saw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of States Exhibit 7G. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 7G is admitted as well.
May I publish?
Yes.
Second, is this the rental agreement we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And you testified earlier about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as States Exhibit 8A through 8Q. Second, I'm gonna ask you to take a moment and review States Exhibit 8A through 8M. Second, what do States Exhibits 8A through 8M report to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in the garage.
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No,
Were they taken out to be photographed?
yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yes, in the same condition, like I testified to, we manipulated some of them so we get better photographs.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of States Exhibit 8A through 8M.
Or, you know.
I'm sorry. I should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L?
Judge, what here any objection?
Very well.
Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Daybell.
Were you present at the exact time the pictures were taken, all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No, I
Your
just,
Honor, this doesn't go into foundation.
I'll allow a little more for articulations prior to continuing.
So many people in the garage, you know who was there?
oh, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you. How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
2-car garage, 1-car garage?
As far as I think we're getting across here, is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. Save it.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L. I'll overrule the objection and those may be admitted.
Thank you, Matt Publish.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you removed these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition. There's a few suppressors that screw on to the end of a gun to muffle the sound. There's a ghillie suit. Different items in this photo at different spots.
Could you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 8B?
So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here that I'm pointing to. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we get photographs of them.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8C?
These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs.
When you say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct?
Correct.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8D?
This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top. is-
Judge, unresponsive.
Just stay. I'm gonna move the picture so you can see the top. What did you observe at the top of State's Exhibit 8D?
Like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle, it's threaded for a suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8E?
This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in the bag, and that's this one here. This photograph was taken at the police department once we got the items back.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8F?
This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8G?
Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two going on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in the rifles and tubs.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8I? Okay.
This is just a handgun that is also located, but it's still in the case inside the garage.
Did you observe the state exhibit 8J?
This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope.
You described the jury what you observed in state exhibit 8K.
Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag.
Fine. What did you observe in state exhibit 8L?
That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
In your honor, I'd ask the witness be handed states exhibit 8M through 8Q.
Very well.
Briefly review states exhibit 8M through 8Q.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
These are items also located in the garage 175. What we built in each.
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of states exhibit 8M through 8Q. Any objection?
Yes, it's one to your name of objection, Judge.
Go ahead.
Officer, you previously testified that I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you staged certain items. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And some of the items that you staged, when I mean staged, you remove those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage, or are these just selected pictures that you have decided to show today?
We took photographs of the items in the garage, anything that we thought was evidentiary value. We took photographs.
Okay, so the question is, the answer is then that you did not take pictures of everything that was in the garage. Is that fair?
No objection, Your Honor. This is cross, doesn't go to foundation of these items.
I did sustain that. We need to be on the narrow issue of foundation for admission or not, and we need to be allowed to cross later, of course. Yeah, no questions.
So the question is that when I hear previously that you took items out of a package and you took pictures of select items, did you take all of these items out of some sort of packaging and take select pictures of these as well?
Yes, we took these out of tubs that were in the garage and took photos.
So when you were there and present going through the garage, and we don't know how big this garage is because you don't know. You couldn't see these in plain sight when you went through them, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what was in the garage and what wasn't. These were staged by someone else who took pictures, that correct?
We took these out of tubs and took photographs of them.
Who took them out of the tubs?
I couldn't tell you what officer took them out of the tubs.
When did they take them out of the tubs?
Are you asking for a time, sir?
I'm asking for a time, yeah.
Roughly 10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective Hope.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I'll rule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits 8M through Q, and those will be made.
Thank you. May I have a question?
You know,
Detective, can you describe the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8M?
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage of 175. There's some handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No,
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
yes,
Who was it?
Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient. Just
No.
who sent it.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't make that down.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Was there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have look at State's Exhibit 8M, if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
It's the same photograph from the last slide.
And State's Exhibit 8O. Presume, oh, sorry.
That's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
In fact, if I were to have State's Exhibit 8M that, would you be able to tell the date of the email?
Yes.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tub books written by Chad Daybell.
And then lastly, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
Detective, we've been talking about this search on November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Bell?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was,
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, you still just answering the basic question.
Overruled without objection.
JJ was who we were looking for. And so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know whereabouts of JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan. Gilbert Police ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change to who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm going to object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Ty Ryan?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Ty Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No,
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Ty Ryan?
no,
Did you ever meet Ty Ryan?
no,
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Tyler.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed states is at 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation.
It does. Judge, we've stipulated the admission from this exhibit. The counsel would be so kind as to repeat the exhibit number for me, please.
5.
Thank you.
All right, exhibit 5 has been offered and admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize states exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issues out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Well, Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes,
You could point out with your pointer the name of the individual or who that birth certificate applies.
the name is Tylee Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002,
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.,
And who was her mother?
Lori Noreen Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes,
What was it? Cox. Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Tylee Ryan?
it was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan into what we call.
I'm sorry, Happy Cappy.
National Center for Missing and Exploited
I'm so happy to see you, though.
So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and endangered.
How does NICMIC work?
It's a center where
I'm going to object at this point on foundation.
Mr. Wood, if there's any additional foundation, I agree with has been.
Okay. Can you restate again what the acronym NICMIC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with the government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
And
Have you ever used NICMIC before in your job as a detective?
yes,
How have you used it before?
when we have missing children, we enter and call NICMIC, enter the information that goes into the database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that is?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC. Thank you. If you'd like the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI. We reached out through Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
No, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
Judge, objection. Foundation.
Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question that I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know what additional foundation. I can look for that.
Upon foundation is overruled. What is the answer?
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexburg police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexburg police regarding missing children?
I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge, foundation.
It's overruled.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NICMIC database. You receive tips from that.
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NCMEC, also through the FBI and through the Rexburg Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children could call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NCMEC regarding JJ Vallow, Tyler Ryan?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they were given a number and assigned to an officer to take it follow.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number. A lot of them were anonymous. They didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through NCMEC, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019. And alerted the public that we had two missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding JJ Vallow?
No,
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tyler Ryan?
no.
Detective, regarding Tyler Ryan and JJ Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County regarding them?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the,
Wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the affidavit. Thank you.
You want me to ask questions?
I will, I just letting the witness read the water.
Appreciate it.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children.
Yash, how are you doing?
To the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court record.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell in Idaho?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the tips that came in gave us location in Kauai, also through cell phone data.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to the time, date, location?
Are there foundational objections?
I'll just ask some more questions, Your Honor. Approximately when did you learn about the location of Chad and Lori?
Beginning of January of 2020.
And you stated earlier, but what kind of tips gave you that information?
Eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai,
And where is Kauai?
in Hawaii.
Oh my God. This
Did
is going
you
to last
ever
longer than,
write warrants,
it's going to last like 3 months if this guy doesn't stop.
or apply for warrants to aging and finding Chad and Lori?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And then, did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Jacob, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the
Seriously,
purpose?
Shabby, what the hell with this?
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police
took the
Department
picture? Who
in
took the
serving that court order to
What the
release
actual
JJ
fuck?
Pilot to the Rexburg Police Department.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Kauai?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that
It's
order.
ridiculous.
I-
I took the fucking,
Are you aware if Lori Vallow was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 5th, 2019. Correction, 2020.
we did Happy a lot. I
While you
emailed
were in
you.
Kauai, did you do
I was
anything
telling
else?
everybody to look for you and other
We
chat.
observed
service.
the Kauai Police Department served 2 search warrants. One on Chad and Lori's condo and the other on the rental vehicle.
Did you perform those searches as well? Or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and let them serve.
Do you recall where their condominium was located in Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residents they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
I did. That's why
What did you observe
about it.
at that residence?
It is.
Everything looked normal.
It's going on and on about that.
It appeared 2 adults were living there. There were beach towels, 2 beach towels, everything was in there.
Oh, good, Happy. I was
Food in the fridge, couches.
getting nervous that I had upset you.
Everything seemed,
I'm very happy to hear that.
Did you see JJ Vallow there?
no,
Did you see Tyler Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't,
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
no.
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 6. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Kylie Ryan.
Did you, as part of your search, did you look at Tyler Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram account?
Yes.
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for state's exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallo's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state or the witness behind State's Exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13. And I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right. Defense me as well.
Judge, that's correct, no by way of stipulation.
All right. I'll just review those briefly and then that will put aside by the council.
Sure.
Another sidebar, huh? Well, why not? This is only the first witness. Wow, wow, wow. Jeez. Oh my gosh. I almost fell asleep putting that boy down. It is. It is. Well, I hope not, but I can't imagine. Yeah, I knew Jack was tired. He got up at 5:30 this morning. Ooh. Yeah, he's going to go home today. Yeah. His mom's car's in the shop, and so figured I would just.
29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 13?
Since Mr. Snotty was gone last night, I figured we would snuggle wuggle, me and the boy.
That is the photograph taken from Warrior Styles, that testified to a remove Tyler in West Dallas.
If I may publish.
Yes.
Jack and I had a lot of fun last night too. We were
Identify
outside
the
till
individuals in that photograph, Detective.
just about almost dark.
The little boy is JJ Vallow. The Tyler Ryan is in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox is on the right.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this is, well, can you describe the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date. It is a time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
Yeah, it
And
was.
what date was this photograph taken?
We had fun.
September 8th, 2019.
And had dinner,
at
took a bath.
2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone.
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Yeah, well, people clearly did it. This gets irritating, actually. It does. Lori put on zero defense, none. She did nothing. And then when in the
Detective, read
sentencing,
this idea.
she said that, God is good with everything she did. So what do you talk? Why did everyone go through all
Throughout
this
your
bullshit
investigation,
then?
were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan? Living?
I don't know, sis.
I-
I could try to
And
find
can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
From the iCloud account associated with L'Oreal.
They don't.
And
They should be
I
so
believe you already said it, but just for
humiliated
purposes
at
of the record,
their
What
behavior.
was the name of that icon?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
Lori.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lori Vallow?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs?
Yeah, really, it
led
takes
you
some
to think
balls
that
to
was attached
plead
to
not
Lori
guilty. Seriously?
Family photographs.
He is so
Lori
gross. Makes me
Vallow's
sick.
photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for JJ Bell?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, ask this, the witness be handed states exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
Yep. He's a red ring baloney. That's what he is. Marshmallow man. His face is like an ass.
From our record, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and there is there an objection to the 14 minute?
No, Judge, it was entered by stipulation of parties.
Or, 14 is admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Warrior for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned you believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room sitting on a couch that was found in Morgalla's apartment, apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury on? Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 2?
That's JJ Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture any by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019,
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
Yeah, I can't find the names right now. Did you hear that 4 of his kids are going to testify?
And just to clarify, what?
I don't, you know, I'm sorry. I don't get how you do that.
Also, Lori for Style,
Fucker kills your mom. Come on. Sick, twisted piece.
Detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
To her poor health.
And
Very.
I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Yeah, that's what
Our next step
That's what
in
he
that
said during the,
investigation was to
opening statement.
reach out
Carter
to
said.
anybody that would
Yep.
possibly know where JJ was.
To substances that she took for pain.
Who?
That he said something
Who would
to
you
that
reach
effect.
out to?
Yes.
We reached out to family.
She was
FBI,
preparing
other agencies,
to run a marathon. What the
anybody
no?
that would
He
take
is
our calls,
vile, nasty piece of shit.
tips that would come
Why
in.
would- you know what? At least don't ask them to testify. How terrible
Detective,
is
while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And what did you know?
It's freaking disgusting.
Were you a part of that investigation?
She wasn't sick.
I was a part of it.
She
but
was a
my
breadwinner.
focus was
The only one
mainly
working.
JJ and Tyler.
His ass
What was the investigation?
gallivanting
in
around.
Fremont County regarding?
talking a bunch of
A
bullshit.
suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes,
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified.
Look at what
that
position he's put the kids
your
in.
primary focus was locating Tyler and JJ, correct?
And what
That's
a
correct.
pile of crap.
Your who said
No,
that?
he doesn't. He sure as shit doesn't. He needs to look like Richard Allen for me. And the way that Kohlberger gets to spend all kinds of freaking money, and Richard Allen gets to spend zero for his defense. What the fuck? This shit makes me sick. This stupid, mushy ass, soft, fucking gross thing. I cannot stand him. You know, he does. He has a lot of balls to sit right there. tells a cop he's met Lori a couple times. Really? He was already married to her. No, he wasn't. Were they married? I think they were. Has everybody heard the phone call that the friend Melanie Gibb, she taped herself talking to them? Come on, Thelma. Come on. Yeah, he should be so ashamed of himself to have his kids have to come in there and talk about that and lie and say their mom. Yes, 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 Jerry. Yes. That's the one. So gross, huh? Yeah, they do. You're right. Yep, they sure do. Yeah, because they told the police
To make every
that
effort
Melanie
to,
Gibb had
including
raging.
Friday straight at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but at this time we will take our break. So if we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes, I appreciate it. With that, I'll apologize for the jury.
I'm going to try to find that. Sweet Melanie. Yeah, that makes me sick. Oh, yep, here it is. That gross piece of crap. Yeah, I can't stand any of those bitches. Right, who cares? Yeah, wait till you hear this.
This is a recording on December 8th at 3:43 p.m. And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number, and hopefully I will be talking to both of them.
Yep, happy. Both of them, both Melanies.
Phone call.
Hello, sweet Melanie.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Lori. How are you? Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
All right.
We're enough with the phone. How are you guys? We're okay. How are you doing, babe? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I was wondering, where are you guys?
We're just hanging out.
Hanging out? Are you in Idaho?
We're near Idaho.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Lori. Yeah, sure. I want to know, you remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me they went there, and now he's not there? I was wondering what happened. Well, I had to move him somewhere else because of her actions. So was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something, or like trying to kidnap him? Well, she said that lots of times before, but okay. When I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know. So is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is? No, it's nobody. It's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me. Okay.
We just felt that if you knew, that puts you in a danger.
Well, just in a bad position.
Yeah, bad position.
Everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know. Right, so you're just worried. Okay. I'm just to keep him protected and
keep you protected.
And keep everybody else good. I appreciate that. Well, I was wondering why you told the police why he was with me. I just needed to have somebody so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was, because they were going to tell Kay where he is. Oh, yeah. So do you think it's like your family, or, like your family, your dad, or, those people? Family, well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and with her, basically. Yeah. Is JJ safe? He is safe and happy. Okay, well, that's good to hear. Are you afraid of anything? Like, are you afraid to tell me that you're just afraid that that I could be in danger? Like I don't, like if I knew.
Or can
how
Larry?
would that hurt me? I don't understand how that could hurt me if I knew where he was. Well, I'm just not telling anybody so that nobody has to say where he is or get questioned to where he is, so I can keep him as safe as possible. Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
He has, Jerry. He's lost quite a bit of weight.
I don't know why you would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe. Yeah, so
I think so too, Jerry.
How long are you gonna be away for? Like,
That's a step down, not
come out and come back to society again, or are you gonna keep, come back? I mean, like, what does that look like? I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day. So I just wondered if I was ever going to see you again. Absolutely, you will. Okay, so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out of. Maybe they will come out again, or. Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's gone on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me in the first place. Yeah,
all this dark shit.
Threatened you at all? Yes, lots of times. Oh boy, like what did she say? Well, it's in emails and everything. So So like, she said she was gonna come take them, or she was, there's a lot of things, yeah. Nellie. I know, it sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because, you know, he's missing and, you know. I know exactly where he is. He's perfectly fine and happy. Okay, well, I hope so. I have a scripture I wanted to share with you, if you don't mind. I'd love it. I was thinking about some of the things you guys have gone through, and I saw this scripture today, and I want you to Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about scripture. Okay. So, did Alma turn himself into King Noah, or what was he required to do? Well, King Noah was incredibly wicked. Yes. And so he fled his evil ways, which was adultery and living riotously and breaking all the commandments. Right. So what was required to do, Alma? He had to go and flee so that he would be safe and then help other people realize how, you know, jacked up the system was and the government was. What about Moroni? What was he required to do at the end? To carry on those plates and bury them. That was his responsibility. What did he do to do that?
I know.
What did he have to do to do that? Did he hide? He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so. Everybody was killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the Nephites. And the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night. The prophets did. They did. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, this scripture is just something that may be thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Doctrine and Covenants, section 3, verse 7 and 8. It says, for behold, you should not have feared man more than God. Although men set not the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have been with you in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, He's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks and then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness. I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me. Oh, it just sounds weird. Open the door for darkness now. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light. And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, but sometimes you have to hide in the cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is because there is a lot of darkness on the earth. I know. It's coming after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you already know she's dark. I haven't met her enough to know if she is dark or not. I've just met her slightly and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally. So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of the policy and all that stuff. None of that's dark, right? Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing. You've seen them on my computer. No, I have not. I haven't even looked in on your computer before. You haven't showed me anything. I don't know why you're being controversial to me or if you're recording this conversation for the police or whatever. I don't know what your intention is on this phone call. Well, but I love you with all my heart, and I have forever. And I will always love you.
No, I have not.
Those words, but if you really love me, you wouldn't have told
I'll have to go check it
that I had
out.
Juju with me. That's not what a friend does. I mean, that just makes me look weird, and it's not safe for me. That doesn't look good. I mean, you had to think of my welfare if you love me. I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do. And I appreciate you, and I love you. And I never do anything
Look at his
to harm
lips.
you.
He makes me so.
And you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord. I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's really going on, Lori. And I believe that you have been very deceived by Satan. I believe that he has tricked you. And I don't believe that what you're doing is correct. I just don't, I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It just sounds, it gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me. This does not sound like you. This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience and I can see clearly.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I know you do. I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he has supported me and has supported me the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy and the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law's right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
His voice is so fucking gross. I cannot.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
Oh, I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, but she hates doctors, and she just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know I've been told for years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And that I know Tammy's on a special mission and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith. And this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way Lori and I could ever.
Yeah, now you're going to have a segment of
it's just
death row.
You can understand my concern, correct?
Pussy.
I can from an outside perspective, but from
someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that for sure.
He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation, that I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
No, you know what? I have come to understand that my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, because you will be accountable for the knowledge that you do have, no?
So are you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I have no fear.
Yeah.
I have no fear of that.
But I really, as I was reading the story of Chloroform, and it is so very similar to this, you just can't see it. But he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very
carnal natural desires?
Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that.
That's what you think is me, Corover? Are you kidding me right now?
I think both of you have
Are you decorum right now?
similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful.
Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know.
I know, but we can rest the scriptures for our own vain glory.
I rested the scriptures?
We can do that. And I feel that you have to see our belief systems.
Do I rest the scriptures? Is that what you're accusing me of at this point?
I feel that you have.
Why do you feel that way? I need an explanation on this.
Because if you look, like the scripture just shared, okay,
You read the scriptures every single day, you know?
I know you read them. I know about that. But this scripture right here says that you will be supported by all against the fiery darts of the adversary. You would have been supported if you had not opened dark portals and dark junk. You would have been safe if you would have obeyed God. He would have had your back. But you have been chased and tortured.
Whether you do this or not,
I'm sorry?
he has back. So,
well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And you know what I mean? Like,
I can tell everything where JJ is right now, and that would not be good for JJ. So, I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Of course you wouldn't.
So I can tell that you're just adversarial, Mel. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
If my salvation is not in trouble at all, and I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Well, I felt a lot of things from the Lord, and this doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that you're friends with all those who are against me. Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are.
I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about. Your sister. I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's apparently now.
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, that's Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms all of those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever receive what you think you received. Nobody has seen that but you. There's no witness. The witness, Joseph Smith, all of the cavalry, Martin Harris, the 8 witnesses, they all showed up.
Was there a witness when Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that to Joseph Smith by himself in the grove? Was there a witness?
No, but they had it later with other people. That was one experience, but others joined in later. When he brought other people into it, they had experiences.
Scriptures, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
That Joseph was alone when he saw God the Father and Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Yes, he was alone.
He was alone.
But he had to open it up first.
That's not a pattern at all.
Honey, what I'm saying is that after he saw that and other people joined in, they saw the things with him. He wasn't alone. There was a witness for them. There was no witness. Anybody's never seen what you've seen or experienced what you've seen. That's your own witness, but nobody had that.
No, God knows
glad
it,
you're back.
and I will never deny it. For my soul would be at
Guess
stake
what,
if
Bobby?
I
Happy
did.
Tappy
So you
is
can say
here.
it didn't happen to me, Mel, but if I say it, then I am accountable. You didn't witness it, but I did.
But your behaviors is not, okay, I understand that's what you believe you saw, but this is the thing, as I see, is that your behavior is not one of somebody that's in Christ. Your behavior. What?
Never had any idea that you would be the person of all people to turn me. I cannot believe
I am asking questions, and I am concerned for you. That is what somebody does when they care.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned. You sound pissed off.
I'm not. I am troubled. Maybe that's the better word. Troubled. Because these things, like you being with Chad before he's even divorced, It's unusual behavior for a person that's seen
It's
Jesus
not.
Christ.
I was never with him and he was never divorced.
Honey, I've seen you
That's
guys
your
together.
story. That's you dating
Oh,
me.
so I haven't ever seen you with, I've never seen you with Chad kiss him and walk around the track at BYU with him. I never saw that. You
Say
see,
you're the one that's just feeling guilty about being with someone before they were divorced.
Oh, honey. I think that's not what we're talking about here.
Well, it's not what we're talking about here. That's what I'm saying. You are going off the deep end. But
Well, I'm just saying, this is not a behavior of someone that sees Jesus Christ. It's not the behavior.
really? Have you ever seen Jesus Christ? So do you know what the future behavior would be if you had seen Jesus Christ?
I know that when I pray.
Lord asks me to do every day, and he does protect me, and he is protecting me, and he will protect me against this accusation as well. And we will both stand there with him, and you tell me if I was lying or not, but we're both standing there with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
No, I have not heard of them. Did you see those Crumleys trying to act like they did not? Those attorneys were like trying to retry the case right there in the at sentencing. Yeah, she was happy. Exactly. It's exactly what she's doing. That's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, I can't stand Melanie Gibb at all. But I'm glad somebody at least told her. God, don't act like God's good with this, any of it. Yeah, those people piss me off. They want to retry the damn case right there in sentencing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. That was terrible. Again, no accountability. These guys, I can't handle these people. And why does everyone, you know, the thing with those people, you know, I know it was really surprising to a lot of people for, you know, the parents to be charged and all that. The thing is, though, they ran. You guys remember that? They ran. Okay, what does that say? Yeah. They look horrible. And he told the judge, you know, to give him whatever sentence he feels like he should, whatever. And then he turned around and said, you know, if I could get time served and then have this. No. Yeah, they did better than I thought. Yep. They have. They look, oh my God. Yeah. Couldn't believe it. If I could get time served. Yeah. No. And for her to say she wouldn't change anything she did? Really? Wow. Yeah, those people were gross. And their attorneys trying to argue. You've already been convicted. You already had your chance to argue this. This is sentencing. Total morons. Exactly. Exactly. Couldn't believe that shit. So many people just really set me right the hell off. Just like this idiot here. And yet, listening to her be all condescending, like her killing people, like God's with that. Stop it. My word. They're back. They're back. I'm going to have to look up those people you're talking about. I don't know what that's about. Jerry. Gary.
Did you see it? All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, we'd like to.
Right. Not only buy them one, they were at the school that day. That day.
Still under oath.
My God.
Thank you.
And like I said, they felt their own guilt when they took off running.
Detective, you spoke earlier about.
Both of
searching
them
Daybell's residence.
having affairs and all kinds of
You stated the
bullshit.
address. What city was that address located in?
Rexford.
And what state is Rexford in?
Idaho.
Thank you. Detective, as
Yep,
part of your
exactly.
investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
What's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexford. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in that
I
city?
did. I'm going to say it correct.
And it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigation?
Exactly. That's right. That was so
Which
sad.
agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And you know, the thing is,
And do you recall what the purpose of that?
even if he
search
hadn't done anything, look how sad that was. They didn't fucking care.
I don't recall.
No, they're too worried about their own bullshit.
The reason for the sheriff was at that time.
That made me
You didn't write
sick
the
to my
affidavit.
stomach.
So,
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with?
Okay, that was funny.
You're familiar with the general layout?
That was a good one.
Of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit Exhibit 10A.
An objection.
Objection, one year remaining objection.
Right.
Officer, approximately how much property are we talking about?
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to you?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, that you would mow with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Yeah.
This is testimonial.
Yeah, Judge, he says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection, whether or not the exhibit is admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, what would be the foundational objection?
He hasn't testified, Judge, that he's familiar with the pasture, 3.5, 4 acres of property that go beyond the yard.
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question was adequate.
All right, based on the foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of this property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can delve into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, I'll
Yeah.
publish that.
Because Mr. Pryor now owns most of that property
Detective,
because old Muffin Man can't pay.
so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Why should the cop know how many acres you have, Mr. Pryor?
What
Stupid.
time of the day did you arrive at Jackie Snotty's residence?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it.
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
Yes.
When you first arrived, who was with
Mr.
you?
Wood, I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel? I'd like to discuss this exhibit.
What the fuck? What about it's just on the property? So this is part of his defense that so the kids really weren't buried in his yard? Okay, well, it was his property. A yard is usually something with grass that you mow. Really? I don't think so. My front yard is nothing but rock. I don't mow shit. There's no grass. You know, we should have known that it was going to be about as cockamamie as every bit of the rest of this shit. The fuck does any of that mean? Exactly. Right. Oh my God, I cannot. No, it wasn't in my yard. Yeah, in Arizona, very few people, well, a lot of people don't, whatever, most people around here, whatever yard they have is actually artificial grass. A lot of it anyway. It's too hot to mow here. I mean, I have lots of times, but it's really freaking hot. That's exactly what it is, a whole bunch of nothing. I can't even fucking believe you just said that. A yard usually is grass that you mow. What? Really? Maybe that's your yard? What are you supposed to be telling me about my yard? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we used to, before we moved, we actually did have artificial put in the back, but it gets hard to keep things mowed around here in this heat. Regardless, that doesn't have shit to do with whether he owned the property or not. Don't you love how Ron Wood said, did you take the picture? Oh, yeah, I never smelled anything on it. Oh, yeah, I hate that. Yeah, that's what Frazzled said with her, too, over there. It's so gloomy. This is really pissing me off. I can't. What in the fuck are they talking about? Are they talking about a yard right now? Well, gross fucker sits there like a big fucking lump on the log. Oh, I cannot stand him. Right, happy. I know. Frazzled said she was, she had candles burning and was cleaning out closets, trying to do everything she can to not get all depressed from that kind of weather. That's a really good idea because, I don't know, for me, I can't handle that. About 1 day or so of it, it's all I can do.
All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, proceed.
Oh,
Yes.
Jerry,
Detective, when you
let's all
arrived
feel
around 7
happy.
o'clock, who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Ronball at the time, Detective Kaufman.
We're going to do all this with something funny.
Bruce Madigan, and also Detective Dave Stubbs.
All right. So can you go back through those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Ronball with Rexburg Police, Detective Stubbs. Is
Yeah, you can't do that.
Detective Kaufman and Madigan are both Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
It's very easy to do, but we can't do it.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay. And what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, is he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right. That's just clarity. Thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door. We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep and We showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. Daybell that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kakamani and Madden stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if we could get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and came downstairs.
And did you provide a copy of the warrant to Mr. Daybell?
We did.
And what happened next?
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney. At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of the investigators.
Chair, I have an objection at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll stop that. Very well. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant, and he read through the search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call. And at that point, he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked backed in on the west side of the house. There's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
Well, I wonder-
Asked to publish.
Are they going to play that phone call? That's when I don't understand. Lori was in jail. I don't see how he was able to call her. How did that work? It sounds like they might play that phone call when he's all nervous as shit about them searching. Yep.
States Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Detective, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is? In that image, or where it would.
Yes, Jerry.
There's two doors.
That's what I
I
thought
don't know
too.
which
He
one.
just said that he
Mr.
wanted to make a
Daybell
call.
used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right
I get
here
it.
and a door on the back side. So Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's right parked in the same area.
That's
I was
exactly
standing
right.
Here in the grassy area.
Piece of slimy shit.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm gonna call it the grass area of the yard is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's like a little shop area. There's a shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call it pasture area.
Did you observe any livestock there?
No,
Detective, you testified, if you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside the home.
so Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat, he was back in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make the phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of the behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. And when I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Now, let's look at that pond real quick. If you can just kind of run the pointer around it so the jury's sure where it is.
Right here.
And
There's a tree right here,
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time, you noticed Mr. Daybell looking over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was. So like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about 1.5 miles down the road that they can come start marking things off in the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier, but can you tell the jury again what ERT is?
Evidence recovery team
And who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, and just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daybell was looking at? Or I guess, what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree right next to on the east side of the pond area. So right in this general location.
What did you do next in your part of the search that day?
I was tasked with going into the backyard and sifting through what we determined was a fire pit.
Can you show the jury on that map or on that picture where the fire pit is located? And you said,
I apologize, but for the record, would you have the witness please reference where that pointer just went somehow, so there's an oral representation?
Yes, Detective, if you can point there again and describe what it is you're pointing at, where it is you're pointing.
The fire pit area, which there's like a little tree here. It's just to the north of the tree.
Yes. Is that adequate, Your Honor?
It is.
Yes, I'm so thankful for all of you.
So you said you went north of the
I
fire
really
pit.
am.
Exactly what did you do?
So a few of us were tasked with
Yeah,
getting dirt and anything that was in the fire pit.
maybe paper cut Tina, not
Getting through the
Jackie.
sifter. So that's originally what I was tasked to do by the team leader of the ERTD.
About what, approximately, what time were you doing that?
I'd say roughly probably 9 of them that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter, and wooden handles you would just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time, no.
Yeah, and I hope that where they're sitting, it's not uncomfortable.
Did you move to another?
Can you
another area
imagine?
of the search.
If the chair's uncomfortable,
I did. Well,
my sciatic
When
nerve would
approximately did you
be
do that?
on fire.
you asked for a time,
Approximately, yes.
probably
I wonder if they get hemorrhoids and shit from sitting.
And why did you?
there were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree and concrete.
Yeah, Queen, that would hurt. I
What
could.
did you
Oh my
observe when
God.
you got over there?
I
Oh my God,
observed
Jerry, that's too
ERT
funny.
marking off, they
She
had already marked
trying
off
to.
probably a 6
Yeah,
by 6
right, Frazzle.
section. The best way I can describe it is there
When I
was,
sit like that, I totally
All
cannot stay
shrubs.
awake.
in the middle of the 6 by 6 section, it looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding. through
Every
the
time I
grass.
get my
There
nails
was
done, they
no
were like, "Are you
taller
okay?"
shrubs
I cannot keep my damn eyes open.
on the outside of the section.
What happened next?
The ERT team
I know.
began excavating that site.
That shit blows my
They
mind. I'm
removed the
telling you.
top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
At that point, you could see what appeared to be 3 large white rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell the odor that, through my training experience as a decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you that you associate with that?
There is.
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of ground was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down Right below the layer of rocks were two pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt. And then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil. And at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude through the dirt.
And describe that object. About what size was it?
Initially, it just looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. He kind of opened that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and got a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was discovered, we received information on the radio that the defendant, Daybell, was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. And at that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic with duct tape around it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know the time.
Yes.
This would be the place to stop for the day.
All right, we are going to try to adhere to this court schedule, so it is 3:30. This time then, I am going to complete trial for the day. I've got one additional issue I'll take up outside the presence of the jurors. However, the jurors will be excused here momentarily. As you're leaving for the evening, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I will try to remember to tell you each and every day, or when we leave breaks, longer breaks, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate this case. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that so you can remain impartial. And with that in mind, that will conclude our first day of evidence. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused at this time.
All rise, please.
Wow. Okay, good. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I can get pretty lazy. I don't sit too much though. When I do, I go to sleep. I'm telling you, it's so weird. Like when I lay down, out. Yeah, you know what, Queen? That's why I'm so excited for you to get that stuff. Yep, that's day 1. And that was starting to get pretty gruesome, right? Yikes. Yikes the doodle. Yep. 1 down, 3 months to go. Okay, well, I was going to tell you, Jerry, I don't think you were in here earlier when I said on our way home from the property, guess what? We didn't have to stop in every single town. That was a highlight. I meant to tell you. Mr. Snotty's never listened to me about that shit, but he did this time. Yeah, you need that bad. I am so tired today. Yikes. Yeah, I was saying, Jerry, that we didn't stop in every town. And then when it got time, I had fallen asleep in the car. And Mr. Snotty woke me up to tell me that it was, time for us to stop and take the dogs out. And so I was all tired and stuff. And I was like, I'm not taking them out. So it's not happening. Just let that go. So I said, that's probably really going to bother you, but I really can't. I'm going to do a recap in the morning, so make sure you eat something first. Yeah, I didn't go to bed till after 1. And Jack got us up about 5:30. I'm so tired today. This girl's going to be sleeping tonight. That I can tell you. Faux show. Yeah, I don't know. What else did we need to talk? I was going to say something. Okay, my highlight, 2 things that I liked was when Pryor asked to approach the bench and the judge said no. And the funny that Ron Wood made when he said, "Did you take that picture?" Enough with the freaking who's snapping the photographs. It was someone who works at the police station, right? I mean, it's not like he just pulled somebody in to do it. Stop it. The F are you talking about? That was good. Oh man, I like that kind of shit. I like that kind of smarty pants stuff. And then he's like, yeah, there was some talk about the grass part of the yard. Yeah, there was some talk about it. Bunch of damn stupid talk. Wow, that's going to get really crazy. But so, you know what? We should come up with some kind of game to play. Like if we keep track of something, then we can win something. Oh, I forgot. You know what? I got to go over to the mailbox because I looked in my Sebastian Robert Rogers. Wow. Sorry about that. Sebastian Rogers shirt was delivered yesterday and not in my yard because I was out there. So it must be in the mailbox. So tomorrow I will be wearing my Sebastian Rogers shirt. Right? Constantly take roll. Still there. Yeah, I'm excited to get my shirt. Yeah. Did you get yours? Did you? Do you love it? Does it fit good? Yeah, I'm excited. I'll wait for the boy to wake up because he likes to be out there. He loves going over to the mailbox too. So, yeah, I'm going to come up. I'm going to think of some kind of game, you know, like not actually drinking, but like a drinking game, right? Something in that, something like that. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys to see my shirt too. I'm going to wear mine tomorrow for court, and then I'm going to wear it again. I don't know what I'm doing this weekend. I don't know right now. I know that right. I ordered it from, I got it off of actually, I think Mama's a Boss. Yeah, Mama's a Boss, I think, gave it to me. Didn't you give me the, I saw it on T-Rab's channel. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think that you sent it to me. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, hello. Hi, Amy. I like him a lot too. And so, yeah, he had it up. Okay, yeah. I think it's to, okay, I just sent it. I think it's to help Seth. Did I just send it back to you? What did I do? Oh, my Atlanta, Jackie, what are you doing? Oh, I'm like, what just happened? I'm looking down. I was like, I think I'm losing my mind. Oh my gosh. Crazy gals. She sent it at the same time. So I was like, what did I just do? Where am I? What's happening? Oh, that's funny stuff. It's crazy. Man, I feel like my mom used to say that if she would get so tired, and when she was sick, but she really wanted to visit with people. And she would say, if I had to put toothpicks in between my eyelids, I'm going to do it. Like, oh my God, that's the way I feel right now. Like, keep them open, keep them open. Okay, yeah, I'll get out of here. I'm going to come up with a game. I swear I am. Something that we can laugh about. And a good prize. Some good prizes. Yeah, good idea. Okay, everybody, have a wonderful evening. Get some good sleep. Are you serious? Yeah, I don't buy Lunchables, but wow. The F is that? Jeez, come on, people. Yeah, that is seriously, what the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, love you ladies so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything. And I will see you in the morning. Good night, good night. Yeah, what is it? Oh yeah. Shut up, Hondo, and good night, Ira McGinnis, wherever you are. Yep, me too, Mama. Yep, me too. Okay, bye-bye.